right back into this. Let's fire this up. We'll take this opportunity to clean some of this up. Put the X-Acto knife there, and the file. Get these things out of the way. At least get them away from the right-hand side of me, where everything happens. Of course, we'll turn this video around in a second. This is where you see that I'm left-handed in the video because it's back asswards. I don't know why that's the default, but I don't really see a purpose in ever wanting to do a backwards video. We'll flip this around a second here. Hopefully we don't have an insane delay like we did this morning. It seemed like it was a really long delay. I gotta listen to a commercial that I didn't choose. I'm gonna go ahead and flip this around, move it around the way it's supposed to be. And we'll adjust it here in a second once this comes back up. Come on. All right. All right, now we got this going on. Okay. Slack there. Make sure everything's plugged in. Okay. And let's move to this screen where I can see what's going on. Okay. All right. So this morning we finished this thing up. It's not completely done. It needs to be sealed. Okay. So short of that, it's complete. And actually, there's one thing I need to do to it. Not a major item. So then I have to decide, okay, do I want to paint another one like the same, which is going to be another one the same, or move to the other company and the other Panzer division? So for that, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to look and see. I saved a couple of drawings the other day, a couple of come on. I saved a couple of other things here, and because there isn't a lot of information, there isn't a lot of like examples of like painted vehicles. There aren't for the 7th Panzer Division, which I already have 3, or the 22nd, which is a 1942 unit, and that's not really what we want to focus our attention on. So I wanted to do the other ones. I wanted to do from the 19th Panzer, but I'm not sure that I'm able to figure out what the 19th Panzer has. The 8th, I actually wanted ones that were basically like open style numbers. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do that. There isn't anything in the Panzer colors, is there? Now that I think about it, I don't think that there is. The 19th. Yeah, I don't think there's anything for the. No pictures of it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff omitted in some of these things. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build another one for the same unit. It's all going to be first company. So give me why. Play, I'm writing a song. Give me 5 afternoon. Panzer 38. Check 38 as I always say. I always call them check 38s. Check, check. Testing. Check, check. Okay, so we're going to do another one with the commander. And this is a different commander that we have. It's also from Eschi. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and clean him up and prime him. So it's time to get to him. He'll be all ready to go. He'll be all ready to go. And he's just barely showing here. Almost a hidden figure. Let's clean this up. We don't want to clean the flash that's up his neck and around his head because that's actually the microphone wire, intercom wire. So he can talk to the other members of the crew. All right, so let's use an even smaller piece, just something really, really small. Could almost paint him in there. Okay, that's the first thing we're going to do. Let's go ahead and prime this guy. So we're going to build another. We're going to paint another one not just like this one, but similar to that one. It's going to have a lot of similarities. This is the primer that I like to use. Primer that I like to use for now. I could change any moment. And by the way, if you were on earlier and I was talking about this wire that I used, I just saw that it actually dropped in price by half in Amazon. Last time I bought it, I think it was like $8. And now it was $4. Or it was $8.99. Now it's $4.99. Okay, so not exactly half. And that's the 0.015 piano wire. I'm sorry, music wire, not necessarily for pianos. There's other musical instruments. Whatever. All right. Let's close this back up. All right, now we've already, as far as the check 38 on this other one, we already have the base color down. This one's actually missing a chunk there, which these will have to go on a stand to kind of you could put goop there and forget about that existing. I can't remember if I chose to number it first or we painted some other things first. I think we numbered it first. Let's get the colors that we were using this morning. And of course I cleaned some of this stuff up so it's not here anymore. Winchester Super X, what's up, man? I'm doing good, man. How about yourself? Enjoying your day off or? Flat Earth is what we're going to go with as the base color. And this Phoenix Flames, this was really a very pretty color and a little bit of white at the end. So actually, now that I think about it, I probably I think I dry brushed this field drab first. Classic Sunday, just chilling, sipping some beer. Oh, I'd take a nap if I had some beer. Especially with as dreary a day as it is. I think the storms are all gone. We got kind of the tail end of it. System that went in through Mississippi and Alabama and are we out? No. No. Nap already done? There we go. Explosion. That's twice it's happened in a couple of months. Like it was given like there wasn't anything in there, and all of a sudden, snot rocket. All right, well let's do something to see if we can avoid just completely wasting that completely. So let's kind of change tack a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and add this base color on all the tanks, which it'll salvage some of it, but it's not a big deal. Last time I had an explosion of some other color. It was squeezing a lot, like it was like there wasn't anything in there, and I've had that color a while, so there's actually a break in the tracks in the 3D print that I was given to me. I think I had already done this when I did the numbers. It's not that critical either way. These are all going to be the same unit. So they're all going to have a yellow 1 on them. I think they're all going to have a yellow 1. And then it'll have as the full number on the back of the turret. What kind of beer are we having? No, I took a little break of the Africa Corps stuff. I was working on it. What happened is, I went to Spain, and I ran into a Facebook friend. Somebody had been friends on Facebook for a couple of years, and they wanted to meet me. And they surprised me with giving me a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, well, these are some of them that they printed. Hey, here's some stuff for you. He does the same scale of things that I do. He's a 1/72 scale guy. And I'm like, well, I'm working on my Africa Corps stuff. I was still working on my Panzer IIIs. I'm like, well, I'll get to them in a little bit, but I got to finish what I'm working on. And I did. And I've just stopped to paint some of his stuff that he was nice enough to give me. So he's getting a thrill out of seeing them painted. So, but that's the beauty of doing this as opposed to what I was doing for 18 years. And that was, I can basically do whatever the hell I want. I can jump around. It's nice to, instead of being like, well, I can't deviate from the schedule, because if I do, then what happens is I'm not able to finish on time. This whole, I got to get these guys done so I can use them in a tournament type of thing. I'm never doing that again. That was miserable. Yeah, I can't see your comment. Jeffrey, let me see here. What we got? Use thin fused wire to remove blockages of paint pot. Also useful for clearing with long, thin cement applicators. Original Czech Budweiser, none of that watered down U.S. stuff. Yeah, well, I was squeezing this thing. I didn't think it was much in there, and all of a sudden, like, oh well. Hey, look at none of it got on my table. Well, none of it got on the cardboard. Anyhow. Oh, we'll try to use some of this stuff up. If not, no big whoop. Okay. Which one of these we're going to do? Well, this one's got 2 breaks in it. This one. This is the one. This is the one we're going to do. We're going to do the other commander. We've already got his happy ass prime. I think he's another Eschi guy. All right. So I like using the whatchamacallit commanders. I like using the guys with the open hatch as the ones, basically the platoon commanders or the troop commanders. So I'd like, if I ended this one in 1, then it wouldn't be the same platoon. It'd still seem to be the same company. It wouldn't be the same platoon. And yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with him being not a direct commander. So we're going to do this one as 130. We'll do 133. We'll do 133 for this one. So even though this color will work, I believe I use wood brown for the yellow mix. Yeah, I could have just used this for the blockage. It just didn't look like there was a blockage. Oh well. I've said before, sometimes I'll show you now not to do things. Little bit of water. He lived near the Panzer factory Hitler disguised as a toy factory. Oh, really? You don't live near that guy that had that panther in his what do you call it? I don't even know what it's called because we don't have those in Florida. Basement. He had a whole entire panther tank in his basement. Like, wow. And then they found out he had it and they hauled it off. Hopefully they didn't destroy it. Hopefully it's in some museum. Name the wing after that guy and then donate it to the museum. No, he's in Germany, you live in Austria. Yeah. You're over in Edelweiss country. You you drinking Budweiser? Original Czech Budweiser. Okay. Okay, so we're going to let's get our two brushes that are the one that is awesome and the one that used to be awesome and has this is the awesome one. That's the one for faces. That's the one you can. It's actually the same brush. It's just this one's worn a little bit. All right, we're going to paint. Oh, here it is. It mixed with the other one. Wow. Okay, not a big deal. We're just going to apply this wood brown straight. Try to get this the correct side here. Okay, and do the same thing over on this side. And then here on the back, we said it was going to be 133. So the secret with doing double numbers, you got to be really careful that they're both look the same. Otherwise, it's going to really mess with your eye. And then the one in front of it. .133 there on the back. Now we're also going to put the 20th Panzer Division's marking here on the side. We're going to put it even like we did this one with the little side vent, little side view. Periscope. This is supposed to represent Brandenburg Gate, supposedly.
Okay, we're going to move the Balkenkreuz on the bottom of the tank. We're going to move it a little bit. It's not going to be exactly the same place. Okay, and gonna hand paint them though. That's love doing that. All right, what do we got here? Australia, I heard about it. Gramps had a freaking torpedo also. Really? Okay, so now we've got that base, those base colors on there. None of the yellow, and the Panzers in yellow with the yellow markings, I think look great. Um, I like a lot of things with the yellow marking. Just looks nice. So we're gonna mix. We're gonna take some of this brown before it gets violated by the other one. Okay, and we're gonna do like a 50-50 mix with this um, Phoenix Flames. Now this Phoenix Flames paint, I don't really like the way Army Painter paints behave. They're not terrible. I just prefer them not. They're odd. They don't cover as well. Regardless of the color, they don't cover as well. And yellow paints don't cover well, anyways. So we're putting on top of this brown, and we're going to use a couple layers. So it'll end up turning out okay. So this is first company, third platoon, third tank in the platoon. You said Gramps, he was an old guy? I guess. I mean, I don't know where that guy lives. 133. Now we'll do a little Brandenburg Gate. What I really got a kick out of all of it is I use this figure that's 30 years old. I've had that little German guy like 30 years old in this weird pose. I'm like, I'm never going to use that figure. Oh, guess again. I got all these with a bunch of open hatches, which I really only like 1 in 5 having an open hatch. Especially on a vehicle like this. This vehicle, if it's open hatched, it's not firing the main gun. Because the commander, whose hatch that is the gunner and the commander of the tank. So if he's sitting on top of the hatch like that, the gun's not firing. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go over it again. This time with the Phoenix Flames by itself. We're just adding layer on top on layer, and I'm thinning the paint quite a bit, so you're not. When you look at the side profile of it, it doesn't look like a pyramid. It's stacked one on top of each other with the colors. That would be quite annoying if that was the case. It's like I'm playing with the yolk of an egg. That's kind of how it's behaving. And the last level is going to be, we're going to add a little bit of white to it. All right, now we add a little bit of white. Craft paint works just fine. And of course, we'll weather over this. All right, now it's Balkenkreuz time. Now, let's figure out when I'm going to put this, mix this up a little bit. I'm going to put something big there. That's probably going to cover it. I don't think there's any space on this side other than on that box to put the recognition symbol. So I may just leave this one off completely. But I'm not going to. So what I'm going to grab is need some black. We're going to make like a, whoa, we don't want any yellow there. Kind of a light gray-ish. What was that one? That one was above it. I'm going to put this one behind it. Again, we're just focused on making sure this cross has some of that showing on when we paint it. when you paint the black in there, or in this case the gray, has a little bit on there. I'm going to paint another one on the back here. I like that location for it. And we're going to put, no, I can't. There's a vision slot there. Let's do this. Let's paint it up here. Okay. Now, we've got those in place. I would normally get black to do this, but since it looked like I used black, but I didn't. I used Panzer gray mixed with a little bit of Luftwaffe uniform. So let's go ahead and make that mix. German gray, as Vallejo likes to call it, and Luftwaffe uniform, which is a blue-gray. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a fresh beverage. I see getting sleepy here. Hold on one second. All right, let's tighten this up. A frosty beverage. All it is coffee with the stuff that gets made out of it. It's just a Nespresso. See how much of a delay there is. Man, is a long delay. Well, if there's a way I can adjust that. Nope, cancel. Man, there really is a long delay. I've already been on here 41 minutes. The hell? I just got on here. What if it's the screen that I'm on? Go back to the screen. Let's go here. That's excellent connection. Okay. Maybe it was just the screen I was on. It wasn't refreshing. All right. So we got the 133 and the 133 markings on there. We're going to do the cross, which we got the cross in there. We're going to mix this blend of the Panzer gray, which is what originally it was covered in, and Luftwaffe blue, which is what I ended up dry brushing over it to kind of give it a little bit of a blue hue. And we're going to focus on getting that in the center. We did this morning also. You really want to focus on that cross being straight as much as you can. Otherwise, you're going to spend time cleaning it up. I was going to be a little tricky because we're going over some things on there, but I think it'll turn out just fine. All right, so now we got the crosses done in all the places. We're going to rinse this out. We're going to come in with pure white. And we're just going to do these. We're going to do these edges. Trying not to mess with the thickness of the center line that we just put down. We'll do the same in all three locations. The only markings I really dislike is where they have those crosses on the Panthers. These are all the way in that front corner on the hull, and it's just weird. Not always, but most of the Panthers have them back there. That's a common location for the Panthers. I don't like it there. It's almost like an afterthought. Oh shit, we didn't mark these anywhere. Well, we got better mark them somewhere. Ah, put it over there in the corner. looks pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. We got this stuff we got this down now. We found a method. It didn't take too many tries either. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to take this Panzer gray mix and we're going to clean the edges out. Basically clean where the crosses, the ends of the cross are going to end. And we're going to make this a little lighter. And I don't think I weathered this color before I did this. So we'll just have to weather a little bit over it when we're done. This would have been a nightmare place to put a decal. This one up front here. Decals do not like going over things, like over a rivet or something, and then if you do, you can make it lay flat, but there's always this element of when you do things like that, you have to take into account that it's going to shorten the distance on the decals. It's going to look shorter. All right, that's pretty freaking good at this point. All right, so we're going to have a nice big thing here sitting on the side. Let me think what I did next. Did I black line it? Weathered and then we black lined. And some people would probably say, why are you weathering it first? I said, well, because I want the black line to be crisp. Very little. You don't have to go crazy. All right, well, we're going to black line this thing. After we paint the little gunmetal thingies. The gunmetal portions. Need a shake of this. By the way, that that video link you sent me, Jeffrey, that Beza machine gun, that's pretty freaking nasty. If it's belt fed like that, man, I'd rather have that one of the German 20s. Because the German 20s are magazine fed. All right, now we'll do null oil time. Not quite yet. Where's this? And I have a piece of wire. I have a wire loose, huh? Tell me something I don't know. Had a whole piece of it. Did I put it back? I ordered some. I ordered 2 of these today. I like that it has angle shot option too. Yeah, it's pretty amazing piece of work. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that thing. That's a beast. I wonder if it was belt fed like that inside the armored cars. You know, because I always wondered how the German one fired. And then, you know, if you see assuming it's accurate, if you see Saving Private Ryan, they've got, you know, it's not the autocannon that's inside the Panzer II or the 222. It's the anti-aircraft gun, but it's the same thing. It's you know, it's got like a mini magazine, and it might even, I think it's curved a little bit. And I think it's 10 rounds. I mean, you can go through 10 rounds in no time at all. I think the one on the armored car is 10 rounds. You spend a lot of time switching it out. There's this video game, one of those free video games that gets you to want to spend real money on stuff, called Enlisted. And one of the interesting things about the game Enlisted is that one of the unique things I think that's unique about the game Enlisted is that when you, how deep does this go? Okay, well, I just need to count for that for a little bit. Okay. So maybe if I measure it from here. One of the unique things about the game Enlisted is you can play different vehicles. That's not unique, actually. But what's unique about it is when you fire the guns, when you fire the machine gun, it reloads when you run out of ammo. Or you have to reload it when it runs out of ammo. And when it runs out of ammo depends on a few things. See, this one, I can hold that one between my legs and the piece is going to go flying. And it doesn't go flying. But when it gets too small, can't put it between your legs. Huh? What are you trying to say? What do you think I'm trying to say? So, for instance, when you're playing a T-34, that's a DP machine gun, or actually a DT machine gun. Same thing, but the DT is the one for the tank. It's a standard machine gun, but it's for the inside the tank. And it has, its magazine is, what do they call it? A oil plate, oil change plate, whatever. It's just a big old disc. It holds 47 rounds. Why 47? Beats the hell out of me. Odd number. Maybe it's a lucky number in Russian. In communism, 47 is a lucky number. Pretty sure there's no lucky numbers in communism. 47. Whereas the German one is 75 in their little cylindrical little thing. So that means the Russians have to reload a lot more often than the Germans do. And in a first-person shooter type game, it makes a difference. That's right smack this right angle. Okay. It's funny how some antennas are no problem at all, and some I'm having a fight with them all the time. 20 millimeter cannon held 10 round clips and tanks or coiled magazines in the 222. 20 round belt. That's a tiny belt. Well, that thing they were firing it with had unlimited belt. It's just like, da, 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 you know. Okay, so that's going to end up getting painted black. We'll wait till that's fully set. Now we'll get the Nuln oil out, which we got about 70% of this bottle. And then, well, we do have the one from Army Painter, whatever it's called, dark tone. I have some dark tone. On paper, it looks like it behaves the same. I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but it sure looks that way. But you see, I take pictures of these things, and they look in the picture like what they look like to me, and I just can't. It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like that in this video. What are you going to do with those 222 armored cars? You going to use them, or if they look too rough, you can make them as wrecks. I want to try my hand at making the plane wrecks. They're not really wrecks per se. They're destroyed on the ground. They're fodder. They were fodder for Crusader tanks on the ground. Like a Beza. Or is it Bisa? I can't remember. I think it's Bisa. Okay, let's work on this side, then work our way around. Okay. And we'll move around to this over here.
I see a bigger fleshy thing. Is that Marcus? It is. 38 Ts are looking good. You see my picture on Facebook? That's where you got to look at it. It looks like trash for you guys here, unfortunately. I wish it didn't, but I don't mind jumping around I've been doing. Kind of keeps things fresh. Now I could have just come back and said, I feel like building that M10 and painting it. So you build the M10, you paint it. Really, there's no harm, no foul. I mean, even if I don't finish it, as long as you go back to it, as long as you don't screw it up so much that you don't remember what colors you used or something. These of them I have worse. Old front line. Man, I got a front line. I have two frontline things. One of them is a Sherman, and it didn't turn out too bad. But man, I did not think I was going to use this thing at all. I don't know if you could even tell. This is a front line. Oh, now we don't have any delay. Oh, hold on. Well, in that case, looks kind of trash in the phone. But anyways, Almond is a frontline M4A4, and the other frontline I have a 220, I have a 250, not a new, the earlier one, just a 250/1, and I haven't painted it yet, and it looks like crap. But this one turned out okay. I don't have anything added to it. I mean, this is exactly how it came. So, one of the many Shermans. That does make it. They make it relatable. The face of battle scenario says they're M4A4s. Everything I've seen about that unit afterwards, it's like, no, they're supposed to be Sherman 3s. Like, great. Oh well. Maybe I'll redo them, maybe I won't. I really like those Shermans, and I hope I can replicate the colors. I love the color that they turned out. I mean, I love the color they turned out. They look a lot better than American Shermans. I wouldn't mind having some Canuck Shermans. Hey Ben, I typically dislike the AI stuff. Okay, can't read. Sorry. I typically dislike the AI stuff, but have you seen the videos of people using AI to animate pictures of their miniatures? Um, yes, and I wanted to try it, and like I think I tried it, and it didn't work for me. Is it easy to use? And what's it called?
You just want to see a BT-7 slam into a Panzer Jaeger 1, and you know what? I do too. No seatbelts. Real men don't use seatbelts. They use vodka. I got 4 BT-7s now. Someone posted it on the 17th century page and they said they used Adobe Firefly. Is it free? Let's write that down. Adobe Firefly. Speaking of Firefly, there was a game at the last Historicon that we went to before COVID. So it would have been 2019. These guys had run, and I took pictures of it. Mitch and I had taken a step away from looking at the DBA games or running the DBA games. Actually, that was the last time there was a big DBA showing at Historicon. Not a big DBA showing, but I think we had 12 people or something like that in them, which is, about 10 people more than the last year when we came back. When we took a break and these guys were running a G.I. Joe themed game. And it looked exquisite. Like the old cartoon series and stuff. But they had 3D printed all the stuff, and it was in 28s or whatever. This is what I forgot to do. I forgot to come in here and dot these little holes. Jeffrey, how do you feel about FAA? You like FAA figures? I've seen one animation that somebody used, and it was some Confederates. It was some Confederate Union. It was Civil War, American Civil War stuff. It showed them fire and then charging, and it was pretty freaking cool, despite it being American Civil War. You saw one. Did it look great? I mean, the things were painted really well too. That helps. I mean, there was like a field or something like that. I saw a lot of pictures this weekend. I guess it was a reenactment at this place called Bentonville. Never heard of it. American Civil War reenactment. Like guys spinning in the tent, and I got to be realistic. Make sure you don't wear any deodorant. Nope, I'm out. Nope, 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 nope. It does look cool as long as you don't look too close and you notice it's a bit janky and legs and arms are morphing in and out. So it would be good. It would be really good for what's that game in the Games Workshop does? The one with the Tyranids. What's that one called? Space Hulk. It'd be good for Space Hulk because you could show all the Tyranids like, wah, wah. It'd be like a mass of things, right? Yeah. Do a bunch of Tyranids like charging some, or however Tyranids go. I don't know much about the I don't know much about the fluff. I don't know much about the Games Workshop fluff. Does Games Workshop have good fluff? Are they fluffy? I don't know. That's the problem I had with Gaslands. The Gaslands story was not what I would have made it. Let's put it that way. Not what I would have made it. I unsubscribed from that group. There's a good Facebook group. There's a good Facebook group for Gaslands, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to play this anytime soon. And I was getting a lot of posts on it, and it seemed like a lot of people that played that game. You'd have to like, if I set up a game of it and I didn't like tell, I didn't tell the player, if I didn't let the players choose what pronouns their drivers had, they'd have a problem with it. It just seemed like the people that played that game were a bit like that. I'm like, not my kind of game. Um, Although, there's a lot of imagination and imaginations type of stuff you could add to that game. With the names of the drivers and stuff like that. Like I got this redneck truck. I was gonna make a driver named Spit Stain. And have him like have like dip stains off the side of the truck and stuff like that. But you know, Michael work okay for naval majors. I have a few of the British World War II still around, as well as Sea Lion civilians. German aircrew, I have that one, and the Home Guard. I also have Sergeants, which uses pre-painted FAA figures. I always wanted to play that. The only thing I don't like about it is that the pieces look really glossy, like on a building or something like that. They look really glossy. They look good, but they look a bit glossy. I never got a chance to play a demo at Historicon. When I dip into 40K fluff, it's belly button tier. I don't know what you're trying to say. I feel like if I'm going to paint something that's not this, right? This stuff, I should do dinosaurs. I should do hell, I got one of them painted. I should only do stuff that I can do however the hell I want to. Like you encounter something, this doesn't work. All right, how should it be? Probably like this. Okay, let's go with it. Not like, well, that's not what the rules say. No, no more of that. No more of that because it's dangerous with people that have you got to be like strict if it's people that have an agenda, right? Because a lot of people play games and they have an agenda. Oh, I like the pink people, and the pink people have to be better in every scenario, and I only play the pink people. And yeah, yeah, I'm not one of those people. Like I want to play all the sides, right? And but some people can't be trusted because they can really, they can construe it in a way that one side would have advantages and other ones don't. So, but I don't want to play something like this problem keeps coming up every time you play. Like, okay, let's solve it. Like, we've been to college. That's harder than freaking figuring out how the game is. What's up, Victor? Belly button fluff as opposed to winter comforter fluff tier. So you don't read too much into it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I don't know much about it. I'll tell you what about this Panzer Czech 38. The thing I like the most about it um, was that I just pulled a figure out of the trash and painted it and fit it, and it's basically that took like no time. Like that was the like I've had this guy for 30 freaking years. Never thought I was going to use it. He's in a weird pose. Well, he's great for that, you know. Which, by the way, still need to paint that. Did you take a break or you kept going? I took a break. Oh, and last Tuesday you played Cruel Seas, nice miniatures game, but definitely beer and pretzels. You're a long way from thinking about a detour from World War II, but would probably do other conflicts in North Africa, like the Rif War. Well, the only reason I wouldn't do something like World War One is because if you're playing a game that you're running a squad, for the most part, everybody in the squad is armed exactly the same. That's a that's a bit on the boring side if that's all you're doing. Um, but yeah, I'm not going to not paint World War II for a while. Yeah, I got my modern Africa stuff to do. I got a fair amount of that stuff. But you're talking about building a bunch of buildings, which don't scare me now. Now that I did those, I knocked all those buildings out in a heartbeat. That was some empowering stuff. Knocking out, you taking something you've had for 20 years and go, nope, we're going to paint you, and then do something you've never done before. I've never painted buildings like that before. I was scared. Like, what if you do it wrong? Just start slinging paint. Look, I got 40 years of experience. I can figure it out. But it's not analysis paralysis. You put yourself through. I don't know if it's going to turn out right. Yeah, you just go. Just you know what not to do. Go. You know what not to do. But all these Panzer 38s. If I paint them all, I've got nine. Like none of those scenarios have more than four in them. Okay, this side's completely done except this. This. Yeah, I took a break and I went and I played a little bit of what do you call that? Kingdom Come Deliverance. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's right. I had these maps. I go to find this map. I look at the map, where it goes. Oh, this takes me to this thing. All right, I find it without too much trouble. It's a cave, and I keep running into these caves that are basically caved in. Like you can go in like 3 feet, and then there's like logs, and like I can't do anything. And so I looked it up online what to do, and it says, well, tell your animal with you to go seek. So I look at my commands. My dog can't seek yet. And I've been feeding them and saying and good boying with them, and stuff. Still can't seek with it. So I'm like, well, okay, well, I guess we'll do something else. So then I was walking around, I was like, oh, this area needs to be cleared. And I hear that caw sound of where I have to put the little bird cages. I'm like, well, I got the bird cages with me. I've been hauling them all over freaking Bohemia. I'll put one of the bird cages down. All right, cool. Put that here. Let me go over to this other area and see if I can to get one of the other birds because you got to get three of them. And I see this like cart that's like knocked down. And I'm like, I don't remember seeing that. So I go over there and it's an ambush. It's an ambush with two, whatever those guys are called, like cumans, two cumans. And I'm like, I'm on a horse. I'm on a stolen horse, which is really annoying because you steal a horse and nobody sees you. You're like, cool, right? Well, if you go and park it in a town and get off of it and then go and, sell your wares, as soon as you get back on the horse, like everybody in the town all of a sudden knows that that wasn't really your horse. Oh, you showed up with it and nobody had a problem with it. But as soon as you get off of it, it's like fair game. So, then you got problems with the guards and all that crap. So I'm really careful about, getting off the horse inside the middle of a town when that happened. Because, you can't really save the game and then do your thing. So I get into this ambush of these I think it's two cumans. I don't know. They're so quick. And I'm like, I'm trapped. And I get out and I ended up like getting off the horse, and I'm like the world's worst fighter, even though I've got some kind of brigandine plate now, whatever, with a warhammer. I'm like, I got killed. I'm like, great. So I got to redo everything I did, just wasted it. Okay, I'm done. I'm going back to painting. You think you're more likely to do smaller scale miniatures for World War II naval actions. In any case, if people like Ron Cortez keep creating models like the new Panther, there's plenty of World War II to paint. No kidding. You have Riff War figures in 28 mil, Riff Raff miniatures, Riff, and Spanish Foreign Legion. Picked up at a bring and buy a while ago. Only used twice. Now I know what a bring and buy is. It's almost like a pawn shop. Are all your conventions in the UK one-day events? Man, the show in Orlando's in 5 weeks, and I don't even care to go. That sounds bad, but I guess it's better than being stressed out and really wanting to go. Noble Knight is selling some. Well, we've got this old commander. I don't know. I think he's from an Eschi. He looks really good. His face looks really good. His face looks a little like I don't know. Looks like he'd be all right. That's what makes or breaks a figure. Well, that and if he's in some fruity stance that you wouldn't be like, I want to be a Panzer commander. And okay. So here's one for you, Ben. Somebody posted about this battlefield that they went to a reenactment recently here in Florida. And their post showed a truck that they parked next to that had all kinds of stickers on them, like all over the truck. And the kind of people that have, I don't know how it is in the UK, but people that have stickers all over their vehicles are, they can't ever keep their mouth shut, right? They're not exactly low profile people. They're loud and proud, whatever the heck they are. And this truck had some insane stuff on it, right? Things that just didn't go together. Just incongruencies completely. Like they had like a rainbow flag, and on top of the rainbow flag, they had the silhouette of an assault rifle. And, just things that were like opposites, just completely each other. And I noticed that their tag on, they have one of those little Instagram things on their truck, like, hey, you follow me or whatever, this is my tag. Their tag was, shit, I fucked up. I forgot what it was. I think it's Pride Jesus 666. So they had like Jesus stuff and Satan stuff. Like you got to check it out, man. You can check it out on Instagram. It is a shit show. It is a shit show. Actually, I'll see if that's what it is. It's freaking crazy, absolutely crazy. Troll truck. Yeah, I think that. Oh, that's a thing. Uh, People need a hobby, man. That's just. I mean, I don't think anybody would agree with anything on the truck. I mean, it was just like let's. It was like an extreme Instagram. I don't really use Instagram. I have an Instagram account, but like it's like useless. Let's see. Yes, continue as me. Okay, let's see if let's see. Where's the little search thingy on here? Damn it. I don't know how to use this thing. Search, here we go. That's what it is. Pride Jesus 666. One word. Check that out. It is a shit show. It is a shit show of unusual size. Let's see, is a picture of his truck on there? Yeah, his picture of his truck is on here. Yeah. Well, some of the stuff on the truck is on there. A troll truck. I didn't know that was such a thing. He has anime girls and I love Twinks. Yeah, but he also had like a. It didn't show all the. It didn't show all the stuff that was on that picture. It had like a rainbow flag and it had an AR on it as well. I'm like, man. Somebody's comment. Saw you headed up US 19 today. Came here to say free Palestine and hail Satan. And hail Satan. Okay. What a shit show. Oh man. Yeah. Can't get behind the whole hail Satan thing. That's, you can be proud of whatever kind of lifestyle you have, but that's just, I don't like things with horns. You know what I'm saying? That's bad form. Hell of a gas. Yeah, there's a Gaslands vehicle right there. Yeah, can't get behind that. Like I told that one guy the other morning, I said, the guy says, "You sound like an atheist." I said, "There's worse things than being an atheist. People think like atheist is really bad. Like, you know, there's a lot worse things than that." Troll truck. Didn't know such a thing existed. And I'm a person that I don't put controversial things on my vehicle because, you know, somebody's going to come want to scratch your vehicle, right? Like keep a damn low profile. Not that guy. I'm sorry, I assumed it was a guy. And that's why I sent my daughter to private school. Who was I talking to the other day? I was talking to somebody recently and they said that they knew of this school where, and I can't believe that something like that is true. They knew some school that they had to have a kitty litter box inside their freaking room. And because some kids might want to think that they're cats, so they needed a litter box. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Again, be thankful you're blessed as being born a human. Be human, you know? Just preparing to list your, oh, let's see what we got here. Just preparing to list your 28 millimeter Chaco war stuff on eBay. I'm not going to get around to painting them. Keeping my European Civil Wars, Free Corps, and Russo-Polish war stuff as they're usable as very British Civil War. Chaco is what is it? It's Bolivian Peruvian, or is it Colombian Venezuelan? I know it's South American. I'm like a drug lord out of Chaco. Or is that war that Paraguay had where they used like tanks against the Brazilians? Like they had like Stuart tanks or something like that. Chaco. Very British Civil War is supposed to be what, in the 30s? I have a feeling it's like what, fascists and British fascists and what's the other side? Or is there more than two sides? That'd probably be like every different version. There's a version of it. Paraguay versus Bolivia. Okay. A lot of Bolivia is like a freaking desert. Battle of Lake Titicaca. I'm almost ready to challenge myself by doing a winter vehicle. Hey, there's something I should do. Make 3 of these for winter. What? No, I don't want to do winter of 41, because the Germans just sit there. They just sit there and shake. They huddle in a big mosh pit. I don't think anybody makes figures of like German guys wearing like straw in their boots and the stuff that they newspaper in their great coats and things like that. disheveled mess. Well, you know, the one thing you could say, whatever the Wehrmacht wasn't prepared for that winter of 1941. At least all their troops had rifles. They might not have any ammo for them, or their rifle bolts are closed, or locked because of the cold. But I guarantee they didn't send a bunch of guys without rifles. They made different mistakes. This takes a long time, but it's kind of worth it. And I'm doing all these. I'm sitting there thinking, man, I wish I had some Czech 35s. Well, you know what division you'd make them for that, because they were only in one of them. I don't know what they were in Poland, but in France and Russia, they were only in the sixth, only in the sixth Panzer. Marcus, did you ever get any of those little Chinese buildings that look like they're made out of MDF? That are like for little Russian buildings. And they sell them on eBay. They're really cheap. They're really cheap. You ever get any of those? I have a feeling that just the problem with them is there's nothing inside of them. So you'd have to create like the inside of them, and you'd be creating a lot of work for yourself. Victoria, very, very British Civil War kicks off in 1938. Edward VIII does not abdicate and appoints Mosley as prime minister. Lots of factions such as the BUF, Anglican League, Albertine, George VI supporters, and lots of smaller factions. 11th Panzer Regiment. You have the Osprey. 11th Panzer Regiment is the one that has I can't remember the Panzer Regiment names, because very few actually match the same number of the division. Yeah, I started reading Rouse's book, or starting listening to it. It's just total self-promoting crap. But I also have the Horst Scheibert's account, which he was in the sixth. But he was in the sixth. I don't think his starts in the Czech 35s. His is all, Wintergewitter and stuff. Vilnakumsky and all that. No, I know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. I mean, it looked like they'd be okay, but didn't go that way. Very happy with the Battle Honors 3D prints. I'm about to start a couple of buildings for North Africa. They have on what's the Chinese website? I know which one. AliExpress. They have like this command post for North Africa, and it's got like a little building that looks like it'd be like a shawarma hut or something like that, and it's got like a little picnic table where you can eat your shawarma, and or falafel, and it's got like a little brick wall, all 3D printed, and it's got probably a dozen figures with pith helmets and guards and stuff like that. And it looks like something that would like be good for like a scenario or something like that. And it's cheap. It's like $12 or something like that. I was gonna get one of those buildings. It was the barn. There's like these. There's like two barns. I think it's two, and like one of those, you could get this one or this one because you're like, oh, does it come with both of them? No, you can get either this one or this one. It's still a good steal, but neither one of the dimensions are big enough to put a Panther in. Because that one scenario with the tanks that has those British tanks in it has has a Panther that comes out of a um, a barn. It's got to be big enough for the Panther. I mean, unless it comes out like, oh yeah, like the Kool-Aid Man, just like shatters to pieces. A Panther like the Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. Those barns are really small, and a Panther's really big. You know, you're not putting this in a barn. You're putting a Panther. Like that guy must have had a big basement in that house to put a Panther in it. No, the Panther's not on fire. It's one, the command one is actually, that's the objective. They need to get that off the board. And it's in the middle of the board inside of a barn. I mean, it could be inside of something else, you know. It's just a scenario. Okay, this side's complete. We haven't done anything on the back. This side's not complete. Pre-tark. Must be Sunday. That's right. Oh shit, you realize that you worked all through your weekend. What's up, man? It's Chancla 30, man. I could think a lot worse things than painting. We got to do this anyways. Being a lazy shit.
Slept all day. Oh man, that sucks. We should make up for it going to work really late. That's the problem with sleeping in. It comes out of your free time. All right, I gotta use the little boy's room. I'm coming right back.
Make sure this is still plugged in. The other morning I was on, earlier today I was on for like freaking 5 hours. My phone's like at 70 something percent. I'm like, I must have been unplugged during part of it.
That don't make no sense. Are we back to having a huge delay? All right, let me burp it. I think that's what fixed it last time. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go there. It says excellent connection. It shouldn't have any kind of a delay. There we go. It's on my end, just being burped. I'm watching it through another window.
Yeah, so I wanted to do the other unit in either solid white numbers or hollow numbers. The other three. And I thought the 19th Panzer had that. I could be wrong. Well, we don't know shit about the 8th, but I suspect that, well, this yellow markings, obviously, but I don't know if it's the full yellow number. I'm fine with having only one unit with the yellow numbers. They are Panzer 38s. They're Checky tanks. Chizek from Chizekistan. Yeah. Check 1, 2, 3. You can't read apparently. Not I can't either without glasses. I'm like, I'm like Mole Man. I actually thought this cast deal didn't have the rivets cast very well, but now that I'm painting them, that's not the case. You're down with 133? Yeah, you know me. Pots and pans, fighting with an intruder. What was that movie that my daughter would watch as a kid? The Spy Next Door with Jackie Chan. He ends up taking out some people with freaking pots and pans. It was fucking hilarious. We like physical comedy. All that clanging sounds like me and the girlfriend trying to prepare dinner. Yeah, I'm wise. I get the fuck out of there. I'm not very helpful. Hey, honey, what's that saying again? Kind, helpful? What is it? Is it kind, helpful, or necessary? That's what it is. That was that one saying I was trying to say. When it's, people that say nasty shit on the internet, about hobby, like, dude, it's a hobby site, man. It keeps somebody from, like, turning into a serial killer, man. Like, let them have their release. They go, like, that looks like shit. Like, is that kind, helpful, or necessary? No. Go back into your cave, troll boy. You want to pick a fight with somebody? There's this guy named Pride Jesus 666. Go pick a fight with him. Obviously has too much free fucking time on his hands. Okay, I think this is the last of the rivets, except for the ones here on the front. I have them all except the ones that I don't. What? Man, these crosses that are hand painted, I can't get enough of that. That's gonna be my special. That's gonna be my special business. I'm gonna paint like German crosses for people, hand paint them. Do you think there's any money in that? I think I have to paint quite a few of them a day to like not starve. Especially now that those ramen noodles things aren't. And they used to be like 32 cents each or something like that. I think they're double now. Of course, those things have more sodium than an entire village should be eating. Of course, if you want to eat those, all you got to do is not take that little packet and put it in there, right? Then it's okay. Yeah, well, then you're like eating like shoelaces, wet shoelaces. Right now, she put me on a diet, so I'm not having large access to junk food. She's a messy cook and I have OCD. Not a good combo. Yeah. So your problem is just junk food? Like you're fine if you have junk food? Yeah, see, I'm fine eating healthy food. I just want to eat like a bunch of it. I don't have to eat junk food. There's lots of stuff that's good for you. The problem is that, not in the quantities I want to consume it in. All right, we have muffler. This little box. How's our little lad doing? How's the little Nazi lad? Oh, he brought a tie. Oh, he's wearing a tie to scorched earth. It's a bit hot here. Be thankful you're not in that hut, Okay, and this is going to need some Iraqi sand also over it. So let's do that first because I don't like to Iraqi sand over the mufflers and stuff. I think uniforms need to be functional and comfortable. Yeah. I don't really like the German Panzer uniform. I don't like double-breasted things, like double-breasted uniforms. Weird. Just looks weird. Maybe they just want to be a fashionista. Yeah, I don't really care for the Panzer uniforms. I don't really care for the short boots either. The Soviets pretty much had one boot, right? I think every Soviet World War II soldier used the jack boots. That's it. They're like, comrade, I don't like these tall boots. Well, you do have an option. Don't wear any at all, Like, all right, they'll work, But I don't think the Soviets used a different boot. Now that I think about it. Iraqi sand. Let's see if we can make a big old mess over here, too. The uniforms that the U.S. used, what was the M43? That one looked good. Got lots of pockets. That's a good looking uniform. Late war U.S. stuff. We're watching the Pacific, and I'm like, man, those poor Marines, the stuff that they made them wear, like those freaking, like, okay, you get one, I think they only had one pocket, right? They didn't have a pocket on both sides, and that herringbone twill stuff, and it was just like disheveled, man. It's like you're wearing a pair of pajamas that are two sizes too big. You're wearing your great grandfather's pajamas, you know. I don't know, maybe it was a useful uniform. It looked like it was just like, it was like the hand-me-down of hand-me-downs. You know, like the last thing you want to do if you're wearing a pair of pajamas that are 2 sizes too big is storm a beach in them. You're lucky you don't trip all over yourself. You know, think about it. Poor guys, man. You know, but they don't design their own uniforms. You know, like I say this all the time. I think the U.S. tankers uniform looks ridiculous. Not knocking any U.S. tankers. They probably would agree with me. We look stupid as shit, but this is what we gotta wear. You know, it's better than not wearing a helmet. You know, like man, it looks like we're going to a football game. Yeah, it could be worse. You couldn't be. You might not be wearing a helmet and banging your head into shit inside of a tank. I'm not trying to knock any veterans. They don't get to design their uniforms. You know, people that never wear them are the people that design them. You ever notice that? Like you go to Disney World, like I know you probably haven't been to Disney World in a while, but the people that design the uniforms for people that work at Disney World, I think they're like, hey, how can we like degrade these people more than anything else? Like like they'll have something like you work in Dinosaur Land or whatever, and you got this paw print. I guess if dinosaurs have paws, it depends on the dinosaur. This paw print of different colors, like on your fucking ass and stuff like that. Just random shit, stuff that doesn't fit well. Like, hey, we got like we got all this like pink cotton and bright green. We'll make a uniform out of throw it all together. It's like, man, you guys really don't like these people working for you, do you? Mistakes were made. Yeah. Now, with that said, some of the nicest 20 millimeter figures, at least they from afar, they look pretty good. Are those ones that are those Marines that Plastic Soldier Company makes? Those guys look pretty. Those guys look pretty cool. Those guys look pretty cool. But I like the style. I like the style that they're sculpted in. But those Marine half tracks, well, no, the Marine track vehicles, one of those LVTs or whatever, those things don't have any armor on them. I mean, like if the Japanese have their little anti-tank gun, it can punch right through that. I mean, those things have as much armor as one of these, and not the E version. They might have like 30 millimeters of armor or something like that, I think. LVTs barely had more armor than your average half track. Yeah, I bet they had 30 millimeters of armor, but only in one place, like the front of the turret or something like that. You put too much armor, they sink. Yeah, so I don't like the Panzer uniforms. I don't like the SS uniforms that are like their dress uniforms. Look like they're off to some S&M club, which may not be too far from the truth, you know? Shiny gloss black helmet, like, you know. Where are you guys off to? Oh, we have this special event at Garing's house. I said, I bet you do. I bet it's real special. Don't forget your Handkufen. Super glue actually worked okay for this. I also left it alone. And this is like the only antenna I have. This one and that one, the only two that I put in there, and I didn't have to like constantly adjust it, shifting. So that hole got drilled about where it needed to be. Apparently. The early LVTs had no armor. LVT-2, also called the Buffalo, had slightly better armor and a cannon. Yeah, they had like a what did it have? Oh, it had the same gun that the M8 howitzer motor carriage had, right? A short, like a 75 millimeter howitzer, 75L, whatever the heck it was. The German one's L12. All right, muffler time. It's like the name of a store that does car service. Muffler time. All right, we got black. Let's get this orange out here. The British used the Buffalo a lot in the Netherlands and Germany. Beefed up with 20 millimeter. You know, I've never said that word. Okay, here he goes. Oerlikon. Is that how it is? Oerlikon. Yeah, it's not a very attractive vehicle, but it is sexy as hell compared to a duck. A duck is so ugly. It's like those ugly pair of freaking galoshes. And I'll have one eventually, but I'll still make fun of how ugly it is. And I'm going to call it Ugly Duckling. Oh, look at that. Great minds think alike. There you go. I think it was, I don't know a whole lot about it, but I suspect it was probably a good vehicle. Like, it was a very successful vehicle. That's right, rim shot. I think it was a successful vehicle. It looked like hell, though. Looks aren't that important. They are when you want to be motivated to build more of them. You know, why do you think like something like Panthers are so popular? Because they look good. Well, this isn't part of the muffler in the casting, but I'm okay with it. Doesn't have a little tailpipe, and it doesn't, you know, it was miscast. I don't care. They're free. I'm gonna make free look pretty good. And this little thing. But these are basic models. They don't have the ubiquitous jack. They don't have any lights, no horn, no tech lights, headlights, none of that. They don't have tools on them, you know, and it looks just fine, especially when I'm going to put, you know, other things on them. The second one you paint's a lot quicker because it's like you already know you already know you're going to be happy with how it turned out. It's the first vehicle, by the way, I've ever built that has jerry cans on it. Ever. I've never put jerry cans on the vehicle because I'd be afraid of, like, oh man, what if I need them for a different vehicle? Well, you don't need them for any vehicle if you never use them. Never did care for most amphibious designs. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm gonna have to agree with you. I don't know there's an amphibious thing that looks like dying to build it. I don't have a Schwimmwagen. What about those amphibious tanks that the 18th Panzer Division had? They were going to use them for invading Britain. And then they're like, oh, we'll just use them with the snorkel gear and stuff. Used them to cross the Bug. I think it was the 18th Panzer. 18th Panzer had those things and also had the up armored ones, whatever the hell those are called. The Vor Panzers or something like that. I think they had them as well. I could be wrong. Is that Japanese amphibious tank? Can't remember. Oh, the Japanese one looks okay. Is it a Kami? Kami tank. No, I think it actually looks okay. I mean, it's probably trash, but physically it looks okay. Yeah, the Japanese ones. Yeah, I forget about Japanese. I forget you can use Japanese and tanks in the same sentence. I forget about that all the time. Hey, I'm a Hago fan. Hey, the Hago had one of them little phones that are on the outside where you can talk to people on the inside. And it's like a drive-through. So the infantry gets hungry, they can order one of them ramen bowls from the people inside of the tank. Yeah, I would have never been able to put that little cross there. It would have been a it would have been a disaster. It would have been a disaster. All right. Now we can look at all of the things that we have to make this one different than that one. All right, so let's bring all the stuff out. All right. These are the ones I originally made to fit back here, and they're okay, but man, that's some thick ass cloth. I mean, that's not exactly 2 ply. It's like 10,000 ply. Oh man. So let's make sure we can turn our turret around and stuff so we don't have a. That almost needs to have a wire that goes from one to the other, holding the thing down. I don't want to get into doing that. That's a bit too much like, putting rigging on a sailboat. All right. I've got 3 pieces of tools. So I could put that there. And then on this side, this thing's wrapped up like a little yoga mat. I already have a roll on that side on that one, so I don't want to keep repeating the same thing. I actually don't like how this one turned out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a couple of turns in this one. I think I am going to use one of these big old nasty things. And I'm not going to use the tool on that one. And put this up there. Put that in the back. A couple of these jerry cans actually have like little clips on them. Get rid of that. Little tied-on things like this one. Let's put 2 ties on this thing. So we're going to cut one that's about this big. One bigger than it's supposed to be. And I'm actually going to scribe we're learning, man, because I'm in the infancy of doing this. I'm going to scribe a little notch that this thing's going to ride in. And it'll also keep it from moving on me. Should. Let me do that in the back side. So then, is it raining again? You put that on here. I thought about doing this when it was semi-soft, but you got to be so careful this doesn't get deformed. Let's tighten this a bit around here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to cut this. And let's take something like this that we can hide it in there, and it can hide in the recess so it can lay flat. Yep. On the right track. All right, so let's do that again. I really like this material. It's like just made something out of rubber, kind of. Panzer 38s really had thin armor for a light tank. As I look up the specs, well, the E isn't bad, but remember they had the stuff that they fought had terrible armor. I mean, all the British cruiser tanks had the same thing. Only the French had insane armor compared to everybody else. And obviously, we're not talking about the Matilda, but the Matilda's not a cruiser. But the Czech 38s really didn't have any worse armor than a Panzer IV. I mean, Panzer IV Ds and Cs, they had terrible armor. They might have 30 mil somewhere. That's about it. They don't have anything more than 30 mil. All right. Now we're going to do the same thing with this one. I mean, the dual series that I have between this and a BT7, it said basically the BT7's gun was better than this gun, but this was actually more effective because it had better armor than a BT7. The BT7's got like 20 mil or something like that. Getting a fight with the kitchen. I think the kitchen's winning. Troll truck. I have to remember that. There might be a better way to do this, but how many of these have I done? Not many. So this is certainly better than trying to make these little tie-ons out of green stuff. Like, oh no, we're not doing that. Okay. I'm not going to strap that one down. I've seen lots of things where things are just sitting on there. I'm going to leave that one like that. I'm going to put the jerry can on its side here. And we are going to epoxy these down. So it's time to, it's epoxy 30. I think I moved it over here. French tanks are ugly as sin. Not always. Not always. Few things are as ugly as a Matilda 1. Sorry, Brits, but they're ugly as shit. Matilda 1s are ugly as crap. The suspension on, the body of it is ugly. The suspension on it is ugly. The main arm of it is ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Ugly all around. The French had cool markings on them, Go to battle with like a heart on it. Other than the Char B, it looks badass. An S35 looks bad. It doesn't look bad. The French tanks aren't that bad, except for the one-man turret. A one-man turret is just a death sentence. It's just nothing but a death sentence. That is a bad idea. Even the Russians didn't have a one-man turret. The French 47 millimeter gun is a good gun, especially for 1940. But, one guy is trying to do it all. He's loading. He's trying to command the tank. Yeah, good luck with that. Okay? He's trying to command the tank. He's trying to load the weapon. He's trying to fire the weapon. Severe disadvantage. The French 37 wasn't very good, but the 25 millimeter anti-tank one was actually a really good gun. I mean, it didn't have a big charge, but compared to the M3, as I look at the Panzer II, had worse armor than the Panzer 38. Stuart is a great light tank. And it'd be really good looking if it had Christie suspension. I like the way Christie suspension looks. It's the same thing, do you prefer inline engines on an airplane or rotary inline? Looks kind of important. It is if you want to build them. I'll build ugly tanks, doesn't matter. A Lee is ugly as sin. A Lee tank is super ugly. Doesn't mean I won't build any. I'll build them and say, hey, look at this ugly tank I built. You can't talk about that tank. Yes, I can. I built it. Coffin for Seven Brothers. They're ugly as shit. The Grant's infinitely better looking. I actually built one. I just remembered that. I built a Grant in 135th. I remember it was like a really easy kit. There weren't a lot of parts to it. So he's got a sandwich all rolled up there like a really big Jimmy John's. Look, it looks like freaking Jimmy John's. Himi Huang. All right, I'm just going to put one on the rear. I'm going to put it on the deck. Himi Huang. And a little gas can. Jerry can. Germans had a fair number of the Char Bs that they used as flamethrowers. So they replaced the whole 75, kept the 47 in the turret, used it as a flamethrower. We'll have to put this on a stand because it's got a little bit of a track missing. That shit happens. Oh, you don't enjoy the free tank? Give it back, you know? I feel like it could use something else. What's this little guy sitting right here? What's this? What's this thing? Another something something? I need to practice doing this stuff, man. I got a couple of M10s to build, and they're gonna have that shit everywhere. You know, they're gonna be like M10s actually look cool because so much stuff that's on them. I really like the way M10s look. All right, now while that's drying, while that's being glued in place, we get to work on the little Panzer Führer, wherever his little happy ass is. Here he is. All right. Well, I know we primed him in black. We still have to repaint that in black. Let's avoid his face. M10s are cool, or any tank destroyer for that matter. Most tank destroyers are pretty cool. I mean, I don't like the ones that are the half. I don't like the American half-track tanks destroyers. They look a bit lame, and that 75 that's on them is really poor because it's not as effective as the Sherman 75. The Martyr one's a bit ugly. It's a it's a Pack 40 on a Lorraine Schlepper body, schlepping around. What are my thoughts on D12s? They should have never been invented. I just don't, you know. The problem with a D6 is that it's not even close to being percentile. And D12 is the same problem. The D12s roll okay, you know. D8s are also weird. Like, you know, I don't have a use for a D12. D4s are the worst ones because you can't even pick them things up. You know, can't even pick them up. D6s are good because everybody makes them, and if you want like a custom looking die for whatever army you have, D6s are the way to go. However, they're weird. The calisthenics you have to do with trying to get them to work into a game system are a bit odd. You got to have both people roll them just so you have more options. Some suggest that I use them, but I think they're way too swingy. Well, it depends what you want to do with it. Stood 3 remains to be my next favorite tank destroyer of World War II. Only time like a Kraut tank over an American. The only time I like a Kraut tank over an American one. Really? So you're a Ameriphile. That's unusual. Most people aren't, and there's nothing wrong with that. American tanks would be more popular if they were painted in more interestingly. I totally believe that. But I don't dislike them. They're just a little. Yeah, I don't dislike them. I think that they're more flexible looking than the Soviet ones. But American British tanks, yeah. D10 sweet spot, and they can be used as percentile. Yeah, what I really don't like is 2d6. I don't like the bell curve. It's not it's weird. You know, I've played a lot of games with them, so it's not like I'm not familiar with it. But I know what the odds are. I don't because you're like, oh, it's a +1. Well, the +1 makes a difference if it turns it from a 2 to a 3 or a 6 to a 7. The percentile is different, or a 7 to an 8. So I'm not a fan of that. I can deal with it, but I'm not a fan of it. All right, let's do some fleshy bits. So for that, we need to get our flesh colorations out here. We already have black. We already have white. We need to get red leather. Red leather and sunny skin tone, which after 20 freaking years, I know how to say it. Skunky skin tone. Sunny skin tone. And red leather. Red leather pants. I don't dislike German tanks. I think they look very boxy. See, I think US tanks look better than late war British tanks. I want to like a Cromwell, but I just don't. I just don't. I'm not opposed to building some. I'm just, it's like a missed opportunity. You know? I mean, they're faster than a Sherman, but they have the same gun as a Sherman. I'm like, wah, wah.
Hey, Tony.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Hold up. Okay. In about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break, do a FaceTime with the daughter from Europe. So, but I'll be back. I would imagine I'll be back. Anyhow, you like the Churchill unpopular opinion? No, I don't think so. I don't think the Churchill's an unpopular opinion. Churchill's, man, the early Churchills are ugly as sin. I don't like a 2-pounder Churchill. Huge tank, tiny gun. Like, really? Like, come on, man. British tanks. I don't like the late war British tanks because putting stars. I'm not putting a white star. I'm not putting a star on a British tank. I'm not putting a star of any kind on a British tank. I'm just not going to do it. It's not like they put them on every one of them. They're supposed to, but I'll pick the ones that missed out on it. It just doesn't look right. And again, it's like a problem you have to explain to everybody. Oh, so you see you're playing Americans, no, they're British. Well, why do they have a white star? Exactly. Crap. I don't make excuses for them, like, and I'm pretty sure that's a Normandy thing or a Northwest Europe thing. I'm I'd have to look into it, but I'm pretty certain that wasn't common putting a white star on a British vehicle in Italy. Because a lot of them use the roundel on the top. So I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that wasn't commonplace. That wasn't as common in Italy. I did unmute this, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Bye. Where was I? Here we go. Hit the KV-1, huge tank, tiny chode gun. Yeah, not good. Well, I don't know if it's a tiny gun. Hey, it's a Soviet tank that actually has the commander doesn't have to fire it or load it. You can like be free to be a commander. Free to be. I like the B-7s. I like the T-34s. Most Soviet, I think most Soviet vehicles are pretty attractive or have a certain charm to them. One of the ugliest Soviet vehicles, I think, is an Su-76. I think they're really ugly. I still have some. They're still ugly. This guy looks like somebody who works at Johnny Rockets. Well, he's not going to be wearing a white uniform, though. His cap's not going to be white. Order up, motherfucker. It's like most World War II tanks, ugly, and many of them are horrific to operate in. They're all probably horrific to operate in. I would say, I was watching a video on some guy driving a T-34, and it was like, man, what did that guy do wrong? It was just like you're fighting with it the whole time. Yeah, yeah, not good. Yeah, not good. The other thing that's really attractive is some British armored cars. Those Staghounds. God, they're ugly. And it's because of the turret that's on them. They have an ugly ass turret. To be honest with you, an M8 armored car is not very attractive either. Still have one. Chafee's a good looking tank. Kind of late, but I'm not one of those that thinks that Shermans are unattractive. I don't think so. French actually has some cool looking armored cars. Yeah, they were pretty decent. How about that half track they had that had the drivers? They had the drivers on the British side. I think that's what it was. They had some vehicles that had the steering column on the British side. Well, what I like the least about the American vehicles is the patches that the American armor divisions had. Talk about freaking lame. Yeah, we're gonna have a triangle and it'll be in three different colors, and then in the center there'll be just a slightly different for each one. Like that's dumb. Like, what'd you do? Fail advertising? Get out of here, you know? Again, no disrespect to the veterans. They didn't get to pick their patches. But whoever designed them didn't have to wear them. You know, and the British had what the pixie suit stuff they wore. You know the worst thing about the pixie suit? What it's called? Like, just call it something different, man. You agree? Although you just got an M8 from Chad, you're into 24 purchase. Mistakes were made. It's like mentions and dispatches. Mistakes were made. Yeah, I don't think it was a bad vehicle. I just don't think it was very attractive, you know. But actually, I would say the M20 looks better than the M8. The M8 just has a really unattractive turret. There's just something about it. It's just like it's just kind of thrown together. So the way you make those vehicles cool is you can put all kinds of, you know, equipment and stuff that's on them to kind of personalize them. Give them nicknames. Nicknames goes a long way. I'm a fan of nicknames. I like them. So sure enough, I was looking through Panzer colors, and that thing that I said that armored cars were basically given nicknames at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the war. Sure enough, there was something that was like some proclamation, some Nazi proclamation that happened in like April of 1944. Exactly, I forget the date, but at that point they standardized. Like, listen, we have to standardize the numbers, the three-digit codes. They standardized them for half tracks and also armored cars. So basically, if you have anything that is an armored car before that time period, you're not going to see three-digit codes on them. Just like your French AMX tanks. They look ugly as sin, but very good in. Oh, that AMX 13 is ugly as shit. Good at putting holes for the vehicles. French do have some decent guns. AMX 30s look good. You're talking about modern tanks. AMX 30s look good. AMX 13s look hideous. Hideous. Hideous vehicle. One of the ugliest vehicles ever made, period, by anybody. Did I say they were hideous? Because they're hideous. Or that eight-wheeled armored car they have that has like a 90 millimeter gun or something like that. You know which one I'm talking about. It's ugly as crap. It looks like a centipede that ate a sausage or something. I don't know. It just looks really, really weird. Ugly, 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 ugly. Fell out of the ugly tree, hit a branch on the way down. Ugly. A duck is attractive compared to that. This dumbass Nazi is wearing a freaking tie. What color is a freaking tie, man? They had to paint his mouth. It started looking like, he's got something growing right here, and he's that guy wasn't a good tank driver. Now, people always want to rip on the Fuhrer's paintings, but he was a much better painter than a dictator. And I would say that his paintings were better than most of the things at the MoMA. The Brennus is decent looking for a French tank. I don't know what that is. Is that a new tank they have? The French do have some vehicles that look pretty good. I don't mind their World War II vehicles. I mean, I'm never painting French and Shermans. World War II French and Shermans. I give them the 1940 stuff. Oh no, we Blanco. Just one little bit too much. Story of my life. The story of everybody's life. That shit happens to everybody. If it doesn't happen to you, it's because you don't paint. The newest one is the Leclerc. What's the Brennus? They had a battleship named the Brennus, or an armored ship named the Brennus. It's, man, I like doing faces. Who'd have said I would? Who would have thought I would have said that? This guy looks a bit like uh-oh. We're gonna test your kid show knowledge. He looks a little like Robbie Rotten, Mr. Plastic Face. Oh, who's that guy that didn't get picked for Attorney General? Looks a little bit like him. All right. This guy's blonde. Enough blonde people. We got a lot of brown we could use here. That's what his base color is going to be. AMX 3082 Brennus, which was the most advanced upgrade before the French army adopted the Leclerc. What do you think of that Oliphant? That Oliphant looks cool. It's like a Centurion on like crack. Oliphant sounds like a make-believe monster in a kid's book. Beware the Oliphant. That's gotta be French for elephant. Interesting, he doesn't have any hair showing on this ear, but on this one, you can see it. That's because his hat is cocked like Colonel Hogan. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and I will be back. elephant. Oh, this is messed up. It shouldn't be like this. Oh. Let's see if we can. Okay. Afrikaans for elephant. Elephant is basically a souped up Centurion with an American engine and French optics. Go figure. Man, you know British engines are bad if they're replacing it with an American engine. Yikes. All right. All right, so this guy's got one of those things. We got one of those tricolor thingies on his forehead. Is that the dot on your head? Yes, it is. It's actually 2 dots on your head. That was talking to the daughter on the video call. She was just got back from Portugal. This is okay. This is hard to do. First of all, let's pick his happy ass and put it all the way here to the edge. All right, now we can reach him being at the edge. Now, the tricky part is put that red in the center. Putting that red in the center. Yeah, it was a while. Sorry. You know, I'm being really held back working where I work. That's unbelievable. I don't even know how I did that. I have no idea how I did that. I mean, that's like if I can do that, I should be putting like roundels on like 1/3000 scale aircraft. Wow. Hot damn. All right, where's old Rose at? Old Rose. I mean, I can't see back there. Did I put old Rose back? It's got to be this one. No? There's old Rose. The tankers use the pink piping. Like if you make fun of them, they'll blow you away with a cannon. Yeah, you're wearing pink. Boom. You got no head anymore. You dead now. You just got killed by a girly man. Oh my. Ha ha ha. Okay. What color undershirt and tie should this guy? Certainly his tie is black. It's got to be a black tie event. Boom. No, it's just, yeah. I'm really gentle with this with the pink piping. Sure, it's got to be a lighter color, right? I can use a computer to search for that. Let's see. German. Wow, can't type at that angle. German World War II tanker uniform with tie. Images. Yeah, it's like light colored.
It's like a black tie. Man, it looks so stupid with the Panzer Truppen beret. Look at evil baker. Well, this guy looks like it's a darker. I'm going to do like a field gray shirt then. I'm going to do like a field gray shirt. Yeah, there's very little of it showing to begin with. Field gray should be laying around here somewhere. I'll probably put it away. Something like this gray-green would be just fine.
Okay. Not tempted to try to do rank badges? No. Rank badges, rank badges, rank badges. No. I I don't know what you mean. I am going to do something for the Africa Corps guys on their sleeve, but uh oh, like the stripes on their, well, first of all, the good, let me get a hold of myself. The combat miniatures have them. The combat miniatures have the ranks on them. And I've painted those. Now that's easy to do. I mean, shit, I can paint that little circle with the red and the white. I can do that. Actually, this figure has a button on there, which I don't think is actually in a color. Yeah, I can do that. What I don't like is those little, and they look stupid in real life. Those little emblazoned little things that have little skeletons on them, like the skulls, even though they're not SS. I was reading. What was it that was I encounter? Was it in a movie or something like that, where I was encountered a tank or whatever that, or a book I was reading where the guy got confused as being SS. I was like, no, 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 we just have skull. So they were ripping them. They were ripping their tabs off their uniforms because they were confused for being SS. Like, yeah, why would you put freaking skulls on your thing, you sickos? You know. But yeah, the combat miniatures actually have the the Gefreiter or whatever. They've a couple of the guys have the private first class. It's just like a little circular little symbol. I painted them. They have them. You know, if they have them on there, you got to paint them. I haven't painted any on figures that didn't have any. I'm not opposed to doing that, but that forces me to make a decision about what rank that guy's going to be. But certainly, if they've got those little things on them, I'm going to, yeah, I would do that. Let's see what we've got. A little bit of color differentiation on his cap, which looks, I don't mind these little caps, but they look weird and black. And let's not forget we got to paint his hair too. They are the old Prussian skull and crossbone albums. Well, those guys aren't the good guys either, I guess. It's just a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Are we the baddies? If you're wearing those, you are. And yes, I've seen that. It's friggin' hilarious. Oh, I gotta remember to ask what's his name? Um, Justin, if he saw that forklift video. Forklift driver Hans or whatever. Well, once again, I'll probably be the only person going into work wearing green. But I went to middle school in this country, and if you didn't wear green on St. Patrick's Day, they'd make your life a living fucking hell. So that is fully ingrained in my psyche forever. There's no way in hell I'm not wearing green tomorrow, ever. So that worked. I actually don't mind that tradition. The tradition I absolutely hate with a passion is the April Fool's bullshit. I absolutely hate that. Because at least St. Patrick's Day is like a real day. April Fool's was like, I mean, what the f is that even at? You know, make believe BS. You know, Okay, this guy's also blonde, but a different type of blonde. What, bottle blonde? It hadn't been invented yet. Hey, guy didn't look half bad, especially how old this figure is. It's an old ass figure. Now, let's hurry and paint these. See, now these things are well secured. Now we'll come in with black and paint these things. And I'm not using primer for it. Might should use it for the big one, but we'll see. Might should. I'll take things I don't write down on a piece of paper. I've heard of might could. I've heard somebody say, I might could do that. Well, how about there's a might should do that. Prussians using skulls. That's just not a good idea. The skulls are your enemy. Those death head hussars or whatever guys, right? What's crazy is one of those guys was one of those death head hussars guys in the First World War. Is this guy named Mackinson, or I'm sorry, von Mackinson, right? And they were going to name a freaking battle cruiser after him in the same while he was still alive in the same war. I don't know what his exploits are. I have a feeling that he was probably did something exploitative because he was an older guy in like the Franco-Prussian War or something like that. He was an older guy. Von Mackinson. What's the most popular naval war game that they use in Britain? Maybe not nowadays because they probably play, Victory at Sea or something that's hokey, but 20 years ago, what were people using in Britain? What was the most popular one? Was it that quarters, all quarters, or what's that thing even called? Calling all quarters. No, that's not what it is. It's not beat to quarters. Beat to quarters is a sailing ship game, I think. General quarters. There it is. General quarters, as opposed to yeah, Colonel Nichols. General quarters. I played one time that wasn't the Sea Creek 4 that I grew up playing. And it was called, I want to say it was Sea Power. And what it was there was like 4 steps of your ship. That's the first problem. The second thing is you fired factors. So you didn't fire like real shells that you could like look up data on. It was just like factors of things. I'm like, ooh, spooky. I'm like, nah, we need more detail for that. I'm definitely a rivet counter when it comes to naval stuff. And those scenario books that are made by the folks that did the same people that built Harpoon, whatever the hell it's called, um, are do great scenario. The scenario books are excellent. I've got one on the Mediterranean. It's an excellent book, but the rules are they have the wrong focus. They don't have enough detail on the surface combat shelling. It's just a little too vague. Not my cup of tea. To give you an idea, You know, a British 15-inch gun should perform differently than a German one or an Italian one. That's what I'm used to. So if I don't get that, I feel like I'm getting gypped. Can you still say that? Getting gypped? I can. You can in America. They don't report you. I'm waiting for somebody to say that to me. Oh, you can't say that anymore. Say what? Gypped? I said, oh, I'm sorry. I meant getting ripped off by a gypsy. Isn't that where it comes from? We don't have gypsies here in the United States. We got the Puritans. That's because you Europeans got first pick and you pick gypsies. This, you know, this particular brand of craft paint covers very well. It really does. But that's this folk art. It's thick. It's got lots of pigment. I've been really happy every time I've used it for just about everything. And I would rather use this brush to try to get everywhere that I can get to than pre-paint it and, you know, get it all over my fingers. And it's just a lot easier to do it this way for me. It's almost like it's working conditions I'm familiar with, not the other stuff. I'm not used to painting and getting all my hands all, you're getting paint on it and then worried about, oh shit, if I pick up this other one, I'm going to transfer paint onto it. That kind of thing. Oh, just cutting the color on those things a lot makes a big difference. And was not having it this green or what have you. All right. So we got the jerry can. We know we're going to paint that one some kind of Panzer gray, not Panzer gray, that other color, field gray. Unfortunately, this broken track is going to be a visual eyesore that we need to like ignore until it's on a stand. I didn't pull it out here, did I? Nope. Okay. Then it should be maybe this one. German field gray. There we go. Yeah, somebody was, I came across this post that said that they used museum, I think they call it museum putty. Instead of this, like the stick on, like for, put things on somewhere in a museum. It doesn't, it's resistant to being knocked over a little bit. And I'm like, well, what I'm using is working okay. I don't really see a reason to buy something I don't need. And then somebody had mentioned in it that, oh, it's a bear to take off. Like, well, we don't want that, We don't want it to be a pain to take off. We don't want it to just fall off with any little bump, but so I opted not to. But I did get more of this wire today. It actually dropped in price almost by half on Amazon. So I've been really happy with it. I mean, I wish it was a little bit more bendy, but I would have been perfectly happy with sprue, but I can't make sprue anymore. I'm making sprue now, and I used to be pretty good at it. It's almost like shuffling cards. Like, it's that bad. Well, the reality is like I need to stop here pretty soon and I'm not going to be able to do all the dripping, not all the rusty stains and stuff like that. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and stop now. We'll continue on in the morning. But we're on the right track. And again, pretty cool to use a figure was almost like discounted as like, you're never going to use that guy. Don't even worry about him, All right, folks, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.